Some jobs in history were so vile, so dangerous, and so degrading that just hearing about them makes you wonder how anyone could endure them. These were not the trades of honor or prestige. They were the work no one spoke about in polite company, the kind of labor that left scars on the body and the mind. And yet, without the people who did them, cities would have collapsed, armies would have starved, and entire civilizations would have fallen into ruin. Tonight, we step quietly into their world, to walk the muddy streets they walked, to breathe the air thick with smoke or stench, to feel the weight of their tools in our hands. This is not the history of kings and conquerors. This is the history of survival, told through the lives of those who did the worst jobs imaginable. And our journey begins in the dead of night, on the silent streets of a sleeping town, following a man whose work is hidden in darkness for a reason. The town is quiet, but the air tells another story. Beneath the smell of chimney smoke and damp stone, there is something sour and heavy rising from the ground itself. Most people would turn away and shut their doors tighter. But for me, this is the scent of work. I am a gong farmer, a night labourer who climbs down into the deep cesspits beneath homes and taverns, shoveling out months or years of human waste. My work begins when the city sleeps, because no one wants to see it done. I walk with a lantern swinging at my side, its light catching the slick edges of cobblestones, the faint drip of water from an eave. My tools are simple: a spade, a bucket, a rope, but they're enough for the task. Tonight's pit waits behind a row of houses, its wooden cover pried up earlier. The moment I lift it, the smell blooms like a living thing. I tie a cloth over my mouth and climb down the ladder into the darkness. My boots sink into the thick, clinging mass, warm despite the chill in the night air. The walls close in on either side, slick with damp, my lantern glow trapped in this narrow, foul chamber. I work in silence, the shovel's edge cutting through the waste, with a sound that is more felt than heard. Each bucket I fill is hauled up by the man above and dumped into a wooden tub, the dull splash echoing back down to me. Time loses its shape down here. The air is heavy, each breath tasting of rot and ammonia. I move slowly because haste risks a slip, and in this place, a fall is unthinkable. When the pit is finally emptied, the tub is loaded onto a cart. We wheel it through the sleeping streets to the dumping ground beyond the walls, the wheels rattling softly on stone. By the time the first light touches the rooftops, the city is cleaner, though no one will think about how. I walk home in clothes that cling with the dampness of the night's work, knowing the wheel will turn again tomorrow. But while my work ends as the sun rises, others begin their day at first light, stepping not into the streets, but into the cold, still water of ponds and marshes, offering their own bodies to feed the creatures they hope to catch. The pond is quiet in the early hours, its surface broken only by the ripple of reeds in the breeze. Mist drifts low across the water, softening the world to a pale blur. It would almost be peaceful, if not for what I've come to do. I am a leech collector, wading barefoot into these waters so the leeches can cling to my skin, feeding on my blood until they are plump enough to sell for medicine. My body is the bait, my blood the payment. I roll my trousers to the knee and step in, the mud sucking at my feet, the chill creeping higher with every step. The first touch is faint, a brush against the skin. Then comes the bite, sharp and quick before the numbing sets in. I stand still, letting them attach. because sudden movement only scares them away. In the silence, I hear the faint plop as another one latches on. I know the risks. Too many bites can leave me lightheaded, even fevered. But the apothecaries pay for fresh living leeches, and their cures depend on it. I stay until my legs are covered in dark, glistening shapes, each one pulsing faintly as it drinks. The water is cool, but my skin begins to burn in small, throbbing patches. When I've gathered enough, I wade slowly to the shore, where a pail of fresh water waits. One by one, I scrape them free with the edge of a dull blade. They twist and writhe, seeking escape, but soon they will be sealed in jars, waiting for the next patient unlucky enough to meet them. My own legs are streaked with thin lines of blood, trickling to my feet. I press a cloth to the worst spots, but some will bleed for hours. By the time the sun has burned the mist from the pond, the water is calm again, as if nothing happened here at all. But I walk away feeling every pull in my legs, every bite, every reminder of the morning's work. By the time the sun has burned the mist from the pond, the water is calm again, as if nothing happened here at all. But I walk away feeling every pull in my legs, every bite, every reminder of the morning's work. And while I leave the water behind, others step into the narrow, crowded streets, hunting prey that hides in the shadows and carries death in its very skin. I am a rat catcher, paid to rid homes, shops, and alleys of the vermin that chew through grain sacks, spread sickness, and breed in the dark corners no one dares to touch. My work takes me where the filth is thickest. The streets smell of damp wood and rotting food, a mix that clings to the back of the throat. I carry a sack in one hand and a stick in the other, sometimes baited traps, sometimes a small terrier that knows the game better than I do. In the alleys, I crouch low, listening for the faint scratch of claws on stone, a sudden rustle in a pile of refuse, the quick dart of movement along a wall, and the chase begins. My stick comes down fast, pinning the rat before it can vanish into another hole. Its squeal is sharp and brief before the silence returns. Some days the work is endless, a granary infested with dozens, each one leaping and scrambling as I move through the shadows. My sack grows heavier with each catch, their bodies shifting inside. I know the danger well. These rats carry fleas and the fleas carry plague. One bite could be the end of me. The pay is barely enough to live on, but the work never runs out. A baker's shop where sacks of flour show neat gnaw marks, a dockside warehouse thick with droppings, a tavern where guests complain of scratching in the walls. Each place smells different, but all of them reek of neglect and hunger. By evening, my back aches from crouching, my hands stink of fur and blood. The last of the day's catch is dumped into a pit outside the city, a writhing pile that will not see another sunrise. And tomorrow, I will return to the same streets, because for every rat caught, another seems to take its place. By evening, my back aches from crouching, my hands stink of fur and blood. The last of the day's catch is dumped into a pit outside the city, a writhing pile that will not see another sunrise. But sometimes, no matter how many rats are killed, the sickness still spreads. And when the plague takes hold, there is only one kind of worker the city calls for, the one who must walk straight into the homes everyone else is fleeing. I am a plague doctor. My work is to tend to the sick in the midst of pestilence, to step into air that carries death with every breath. When I leave my home, I am covered head to toe in a heavy, waxed overcoat, gloves and boots. The most striking part is the mask, a long beak curving outward from my face, stuffed with herbs and spices meant to purify the air. Lavender, mint and rosemary sit just inches from my nose, a poor shield against the stench of sickness and decay. The streets are quiet except for the distant toll of a church bell, marking another soul lost. I carry a cane, not for walking, but to prod and examine patients without touching them. Inside each home, the air is thick, not just with the smell of sweat and rot, but with the sound of coughing, the rattling of shallow breaths, the groans of fever. My work is not to cure, there is no cure, but to ease suffering where I can. I lance buboes, draining the swollen lumps beneath the skin, the stench of the fluid filling the room. I prescribe poultices of onions and herbs, vinegar-soaked rags, or even the bleeding of a vein, though I know these measures do little. Still, the families watch me as if I carry some secret that might keep death from their door. Every visit is a risk. The fleas that carry the plague care nothing for waxed fabric or herbs. I know doctors who fell ill within days, their own colleagues standing over their beds soon after. My hands sweat inside my gloves. My breath dampens the inside of the mask, and every cough I hear makes me wonder if it will be my turn next. Outside, the carts pass by, piled high with bodies wrapped in sheets. The smell drifts even through my mask. I hear the cry of the driver, "Bring out your dead," and know that many I saw only yesterday will ride that cart tomorrow. At night, I burn my clothes in the hearth, scrub my hands raw, and set the mask near the fire to dry. Sleep does not come easily. I see their faces, hear their voices, and smell the herbs mixing with the scent of death. Yet at dawn, I will put on the mask again, step into the empty streets, and knock on another door. Because as long as the sickness spreads, someone must walk into the rooms no one else will enter. But not every dangerous job comes from facing disease. Some are born from the trades that keep life moving, jobs that don't kill in a moment but wear you down slowly, until the air you breathe and the ground you stand on are just as dangerous as any plague house. I am a fuller. My work is to take raw woven wool and clean it, thicken it, and make it ready for the market. That sounds simple enough until you know the tools of the trade. We do not wash wool in fresh water and soap. We soak it in a mixture of water and stale human urine, the ammonia breaking down the grease and oil in the fibers. And then we trample it, barefoot, for hours at a time. The workshop floor is a shallow trough, filled with the warm, acrid liquid. The smell is overpowering, sharp and sour, clinging to my clothes and skin long after the day is done. I step in, the wool spread beneath the surface, and begin to tread, step after step, pressing and turning, grinding the fibers together so they shrink and tighten. Around me, other men and boys work in the same slow rhythm, their faces set in quiet endurance. The room is hot from the steam rising off the troughs, and the air is heavy. Breathing it in leaves a taste in the mouth that never quite fades. My feet grow soft and pale from the constant soaking, and small cuts sting sharply in the urine's bite. Infection is common, and the work leaves a permanent ache in the legs and lower back. When the wool has been trampled long enough, we lift it out, heavy, dripping, and stronger than when it went in. It is wrung out by hand, twisted until the liquid runs down in pale yellow streams onto the floor. The cloth is then rinsed, though never enough to truly rid it of the smell. Buyers know the scent well. It is the mark of cloth properly fulled. I leave the workshop with my skin puckered and raw, my clothes reeking so strongly that people in the street give me space without a word. It will take hours for the smell to fade from my skin, and by then, it will be time to return. This is not a job that kills quickly, but over the years, the body weakens, the constant damp brings chill to the bones in winter, and the fumes sting the eyes and lungs year-round. Yet the work never stops, because every household needs cloth, and every bolt of cloth must pass through hands like mine before it reaches the market. The heat of the workshop seeps into my skin, the sour reek of the vats still clinging to me as I step outside. But beyond the dye houses and fulling troughs, other labourers toil beneath the open sky, climbing into massive wooden wheels that creak and sway, walking in place for hours as the great machines grind or lift with each slow, endless turn. I am a treadwheel operator. To some, the wheel is a marvel of engineering, a way to lift massive stones for building, or to grind grain without a team of oxen. To those of us inside it, it is simply a prison that turns. Sometimes it's quite literally that. For many operators are prisoners, sentenced to walk in place for hours or even days at a time. Others are labourers hired to do what no animal or machine can yet manage. The wheel itself is as tall as a house, built of thick, heavy timbers, its sides open so the sunlight spills through. Inside, there is little room to move beyond the narrow steps of the rim. I climb in, placing my feet carefully on the slats, the wood worn smooth by countless others before me. At the foreman's call, I begin to walk. The wheel creaks, the axle groans, and the ropes tighten above. If the wheel is powering a crane, I can hear the strain of the load, a stone block rising slowly into the air, the tension humming through the ropes like a drawn bowstring. If it's turning the grindstones, I hear the dull rumble of the mill, the rhythmic spill of grain into sacks below. The motion is relentless. There is no coasting, no resting, only the steady climb that never reaches a summit. My calves burn, my back aches, and the air inside the wheel grows thick with heat, even on a cool day. In the summer, the wood is hot to the touch. In the winter, it bites with cold until the walking warms you. Hours pass like this. We work in shifts, but shift is a generous word. Relief often comes late, if it comes at all. A stumble can be dangerous, sending you lurching forward or backward. Too many stumbles, and you may find yourself replaced, not out of kindness, but because a slower pace means less work done. When the call to stop finally comes, the wheel slows gradually, the load settling or the millstone grinding to a halt. I climb down carefully, my legs unsteady, the world feeling oddly still beneath my feet. Some men say you get used to it, the heat, the ache, the endless circling. I'm not sure that's true. What you get used to is knowing that tomorrow you'll be back inside, walking another day away for the sake of a block of stone or a sack of flour. The wheel's slow groan marks the hours, each step blending into the next. But not all work moves at such a steady pace. In some trades, a single motion, the swing of a blade, the tightening of a rope, brings an instant and irreversible end. I am an executioner. My work begins not in a workshop or on a construction site, but in the charged silence of a crowd gathered to watch death. Some days it is the headsman's axe, other days the hangman's rope. There are times when the work is quick and clean, and others when it is anything but. I am called only when the sentence is already decided. By the time I step forward, the condemned has already been found guilty, their fate sealed by judge or crown. My role is not to decide, it is to carry out the decision in front of all who come to see it done. On execution days, I rise early. I prepare my tools, sharpening the blade until it gleams, inspecting the rope for frays that could turn a clean drop into a drawn-out death. There is no room for mistakes, though mistakes have happened, and their memory stays with me. The scaffold is a place of heat and weight. The sun presses down in summer, the wood creaks beneath my boots, and the air hums with the low murmur of the crowd. Faces blur together, but their eyes are always the same. Eager, fearful, curious. Some turn away, most do not. When the condemned arrives, I meet their eyes if they look for me. Some are defiant, spitting words into the air. Others are quiet, lips moving in prayer. I've seen tears, laughter, and even relief. I work quickly when I can. A sharp, clean swing of the axe, the thud of the blade through wood and flesh, or the swift pull of the lever, the rope tightening with a sudden jerk. The crowd reacts in waves, gasps, murmurs, sometimes applause, sometimes silence. When it is done, my work does not end. I must present the body, ensure it is removed, sometimes even display it according to the sentence. A head on a pike, a body left hanging as a warning. These tasks are colder than the act itself, yet they are part of the role. No matter how many I've carried out, the weight never disappears. There are nights I wake with the sound of the drops still in my ears, the sight of the condemned burned into my mind. Some in the crowd see me as a necessary hand of justice. Others see me as a killer, no different from those I execute. Between jobs, people avoid me. Whispers follow me in the market. Few shake my hand. Children stare. I live apart, not by choice, but because my work places me apart. Still, when the time comes, I climb the scaffold again. Because for as long as the law demands death, someone must be the one to see it through. The crowd disperses from the square, the scaffold stands empty, and the echoes of the sentence still hang in the air. But elsewhere in the city, work begins only after darkness falls. Men with shovels and sacks slipping into graveyards, not to lay the dead to rest, but to haul them back into the world of the living. I am a resurrectionist. Some call us body snatchers. My work is simple to explain, harder to stomach. I dig up the freshly buried dead and sell their bodies to medical schools and surgeons for dissection. They say it is in the name of science that these stolen corpses will help train doctors and save the living. But no one asks permission from the families. The work begins after midnight, when the churchyards are still and the streets are empty. We move quickly and quietly, never more than a lantern's glow to light our way. The best targets are graves less than 3 days old, before the soil settles and the decay begins. A wooden coffin in loose earth is no great barrier when you've done it 100 times. The first few feet are easy. The soil is soft, still damp from the burial. But as you get deeper, the air grows colder, the smell of turned earth rising thick around you. The only sounds are the scrape of the spade, the low grunt of effort, and the occasional distant dog barking somewhere beyond the walls. When we reach the coffin lid, we work with care. A split board is quieter than a broken one. Once the opening is wide enough, we loop a rope under the shoulders, pull the body up, and wrap it in a canvas sheet. The face is never uncovered, not for modesty, but because you learn quickly it is easier not to see. The corpse is loaded onto a cart or carried in a sack, depending on the distance. Every step is tense. Watchmen patrol these grounds, and an arrest means prison, or worse, a beating left to scar you for life. If we hear boots on the path, we drop flat in the grass, holding our breath until they pass. The medical men pay well, especially for young, healthy specimens. Some will even put in requests: male, mid-20s, no visible deformities. You learn to see the grave not as a resting place, but as a source of income. That is the part that changes you. By dawn, the grave is filled back in, the earth patted flat to hide the disturbance. Families visit later in the day, never suspecting that the body they mourned is no longer beneath their feet. I go home with soil under my nails and the smell of the night still clinging to my clothes. I tell myself it is for science, that someday a surgeon's steady hands will save a life because of what I've done. But deep down, I know the truth. I am a thief of the dead. The cold, damp earth closes in around me as I work, but above ground, another trade faces its own kind of hardship. There, under the open sky, men stand amid the reek of raw hides and the buzz of relentless flies, turning bloody animal skins into the leather the world cannot seem to live without. I am a tanner. My job is to take raw animal hides, fresh from the slaughterhouse, still slick with fat and flesh, and transform them into strong, supple leather for boots, belts, saddles, and countless other things. It is hard, filthy work, and the smell seeps into every thread of my clothing and every pore of my skin. No matter how hard I scrub, it follows me everywhere, marking me in the eyes and noses of others. The process begins with soaking the hides in great vats of water to soften them, then scraping away the remaining fat, flesh, and hair with long, curved knives. Each hide is heavy and wet, and it takes real strength to turn and work them without tearing the surface. The water around my boots grows thick with scraps of flesh, clumps of hair and grease, swirling in a grey-brown froth that clings to everything it touches. Flies gather in clouds, drawn to the scent, crawling across the hides and over my hands. Once the hide is cleaned, it must be cured, and that is where the true stench begins. We soak the hides in vats of stale urine to help break down the fibers. The smell is sharp, sour, and inescapable, filling the air so completely that it coats your tongue when you breathe. From there, the hides are moved into another mixture: water, lime, and sometimes even dog dung. This softens the skin further, but it also burns if it touches any cut or scrape. And in this work, your hands are rarely unbroken. The hides are then pulled from the vats and stretched on wooden frames to dry. This stage is easier on the muscles, but just as hard on the senses. The sun bakes the smell into the air until it feels like you're breathing the very skin of the animals. My arms ache from the constant pulling and stretching, the leather resisting until it finally yields. In winter, the hides stiffen in the cold, and the work becomes a battle against the frozen material, fingers numb inside soaked gloves. By the end of the day, my clothes are stiff with dried residue, my boots caked in filth, and my hands raw from the lime and water. People in town cross the street when they see me coming, not out of fear, but because the smell announces me long before I arrive. We are necessary but unwanted, and we know it. Without us, there would be no leather for the soldiers, no boots for the farmers, no saddles for the riders. But the cost of that necessity is borne by the bodies of the men who work here, and by the air we all must breathe. The open sky offers no escape from the stench that clings to me, the foul air following wherever I walk. Yet at dawn, another kind of worker moves through these same streets in near silence, carrying a long pole, pausing at darkened windows and rousing the city one quiet tap at a time. I am a knocker-up. Before alarm clocks were common and affordable, I was the one who made sure workers rose in time for their shifts. My job begins in the pale grey before sunrise, when the streets are still wrapped in a hushed, cold stillness. I walk with a long pole in my hand, sometimes tipped with wire or a small brush, and I know every house, every window, every person on my list. In the dim light, I can already picture their faces, though I rarely see them except as shadows behind glass. The method is simple but precise. I stop beneath each window, raise the pole, and tap gently on the pane until I see movement inside. Too soft, and they might not wake. Too hard, and the glass could crack, and a broken window means trouble I can't afford. The trick is finding the rhythm that nudges someone from sleep without startling them into anger. On foggy mornings, the sound is muffled, and I must linger longer, watching for the faint stir of curtains. On clear days, my tapping echoes along the street, each strike swallowed by the silence as I move on. My routes change with the seasons. In the winter, I work in darkness, my breath clouding the air, fingers aching with cold as I grip the pole. The frost clings to the glass, and I know my clients will be reluctant to leave their beds. In the summer, the early dawn light makes the work feel gentler, though I still tread lightly to avoid waking those who do not pay for my service. I have learned to walk without my boots giving a sound on cobblestone, slipping between shadow and light as the town begins to stir. It is lonely work, but there is a certain satisfaction in it. I am the first sign of the day for many, the quiet nudge that starts the great machine of the city turning. Mill workers, dock labourers, factory hands, they all rely on me to be where I say I'll be, at the exact moment I promise. If I falter, they may lose wages or face the wrath of their foreman. In that way, the responsibility is heavier than my pole, though few would see it as such. By the time the sun fully crests the rooftops, my list is complete. The streets begin to fill with footsteps and voices, the smell of bread from the baker, the clang of tools from the smithy. My work is invisible now, my role already forgotten by those who answered my tap. I head home as the city fully wakes, knowing that tomorrow I will walk the same streets, unseen and unheard, until the tapping begins again. And while I move from window to window with nothing more than a pole in hand, there are others, often just children, who climb into the narrowest, darkest spaces of the city, scraping away soot in silence, their small bodies disappearing into the blackness above. I am a chimney sweep. My job is to climb inside the flues and shafts of chimneys, sometimes no wider than my own shoulders, to scrape away the soot and creosote that build up from months of fires. Most sweeps are boys, some no older than 6 or 7, chosen because their bodies are small enough to fit where grown men cannot. For many of us, this is not a choice but a sentence, an orphan taken in by a master sweep, fed and housed in exchange for labour that could kill us. The day begins early, often before the first fires are lit. I carry a bundle of rods and brushes, though in many cases, the only tool needed is my own body. I'm pushed or hoisted up into the chimney opening, my knees and elbows pressing against the sooty brick to keep me from sliding back down. The space is dark, hot, and airless, the soot falling in my eyes, nose and mouth with every movement. I cough and spit, but there is no way to escape breathing it in. The brick scrapes my skin raw, and my clothes, little more than a thin shirt and trousers, do nothing to protect me. Some chimneys twist and narrow, forcing me to wriggle through on my stomach, inch by inch, until I reach the top. Others rise straight up, but the climb is no easier. My arms shake from the strain, my lungs burn from the dust, and my fingers cramp as they grip each ledge. When the soot is loosened, it falls to the hearth below in a heavy black shower. By the time I descend, my face and hair are coated, my skin blackened until only the whites of my eyes show through. It is dangerous work. Many sweeps get stuck, especially in the tighter flues, their bodies wedged until they suffocate. Others fall, breaking bones on the way down. The soot brings its own slow death. Years of breathing it in can fill the lungs until they fail, or cause painful cancers that spread through the body. But there is always more work, because every household with a fire needs its chimney cleared to keep the flames burning and prevent deadly sparks from catching. When the day's jobs are done, I carry the sack of soot to be sold for fertilizer. It is one of the few profits I'm allowed to keep, though it amounts to little more than a few coins. I wash in cold water, scrubbing until my skin turns red, but the smell of soot lingers no matter how hard I try. The black dust settles in the corners of my room, in my bedding, even in the food I eat. Still, when the morning comes, I will climb again, because in this city, a chimney that isn't swept is a chimney that might catch fire, and there will always be someone willing to send a boy into the dark to keep the flames alive. The soot and smoke cling to me as I wriggle free of the narrow flue, but some labourers work in spaces far more open, great pits cut into the earth under the bare sky, where the weight they carry is not for the warmth of a single home, but for the grim task of laying an entire city to rest. I am a gravedigger in a time of plague. My work begins where the work of the plague doctor ends. By the time I arrive, the homes are quiet, the bodies wrapped in whatever cloth could be spared. In the early days, we dug single graves, careful, measured holes for one person at a time. But as the sickness spreads, the deaths come faster than we can keep pace. Soon, the neat rows give way to mass graves, long trenches cut into the earth, deep enough to hold dozens. The air is heavy with the smell of decay, a sour, sweet stench that clings to my clothes and skin, no matter how many times I wash. Even the soil itself carries the odor, turned dark and damp from the fluids of the bodies laid within it. I work with a spade, my hands blistered from the constant digging. The sun bears down in summer, baking the ground until each strike of the blade sends up clouds of dust that mix with the sweat on my face. In winter, the earth freezes, and I must hack at it with pick and iron just to make a dent. The bodies arrive in carts, piled high, sometimes wrapped in sheets, sometimes in nothing at all. The drivers work quickly, tossing them into the trench while I stand inside to arrange them in rows. There is no time for ceremony, only for speed. We try to cover each layer with a thin sheet of earth before the next is laid down, but when the carts keep coming, the soil grows shallow and the scent grows stronger. Some diggers wear cloths tied around their faces, soaked in vinegar, hoping it will keep the sickness at bay. Others don't bother. The smell gets through anyway. The work is dangerous, though not in the way most think. The plague does not always strike the diggers first. Perhaps the open air spares us. But accidents happen. a spade striking a foot, a fall into the trench when the sides collapse. Once, a cart tipped over, sending its load tumbling onto the men below. Those who are injured often fare no better than the dead we bury. Wounds fester quickly in this place. I do not look at the faces anymore. At first I tried to remember them, to give each a moment of recognition before the earth covered them. But after the first 100, after the first 1,000, you cannot carry them all. Now I see only shapes, wrapped and still, waiting to be hidden from the sun. When the trench is full, we cover it over, tamping the soil flat and marking it only in our own minds. There are no stones, no names, no markers beyond memory. In weeks or months, the ground may be opened again to make room for more. At night, when I try to sleep, the image of the long rows comes back to me. The weight of the spade in my hands, the sound of earth falling over the silent forms. And in the morning, I rise to do it again. Because no matter how many we bury, there are always more waiting. The trenches close over the dead and the earth falls silent, but the living above ground face dangers of their own. In the mills and factories, the air is thick with lint and the walls shake with the clatter of iron, a place where one slip of the hand can feed more than cotton into the jaws of the machine. I am a mule spinner. My place is in the cotton mill, where the air hangs thick with lint and dust, and the clatter of machines drowns out every other sound. The spinning mule, a great mechanical frame that stretches the length of the room, is my charge. It takes in raw cotton and draws it out into fine threads, moving back and forth with a steady, relentless rhythm. The work demands constant attention, for the mule is as dangerous as it is productive. One moment of inattention, one hand placed too close to the rollers, and the machine will take more than cotton. The day begins with the factory bell. By the time I step onto the floor, the heat is already rising from the steam-powered engines that drive the machines. Sunlight fights its way through grimy windows, catching in the floating fibers that drift like snow through the air. I take my place at the mule, inspecting the threads for breaks, guiding them into place, and tying them off before the moving frame carries them away. Each pass of the mule must be monitored, adjusted and corrected. There is no room for pause. The noise is deafening. The constant rumble and clank of the machinery swallows every voice, forcing us to communicate with gestures and nods. By the end of the day, the sound follows me into my dreams, the rhythmic whir and clatter still echoing in my head. The lint clings to my hair, my skin, my clothes, and more dangerously, it fills my lungs. After years in the mill, many spinners develop a deep, rasping cough that never leaves them. Accidents are common. I have seen men lose fingers to the rollers, hands crushed between gears, and worse. The mule does not stop quickly. When something goes wrong, there is rarely time to pull back. I keep my sleeves tight, my movements deliberate, and my eyes fixed on the frame as it glides back and forth. Even so, there is always risk, and I know that one bad moment could end my ability to work, or worse, my life. The hours are long, breaks are rare and short, and the air inside grows stifling as the day wears on. The floorboards are slick with oil from the machines, the smell mixing with the musty scent of cotton and sweat. My hands are always raw from tying threads, the skin on my fingertips cracked from constant friction. When the final bell rings, I leave the mill with aching arms and legs, the muscles in my back stiff from standing and bending without relief. Outside, the air feels thin and fresh, though it takes time for my ears to adjust to the absence of the machine's roar. Tomorrow I will return to the same frame, the same rhythm, the same dangers, because without the mule spinners, the mills would fall silent, and the world beyond these walls would have no cloth to weave. The mill's roar follows me even after I leave, the steady thunder of wood and iron echoing in my skull. But far from the factory floor, another kind of noise fills the air. The boom of great guns over open water, the crack of splintering timber, and the hurried steps of boys racing across a warship's deck with small wooden barrels that can decide the fate of a battle. I am a powder monkey. My job is to ferry gunpowder from the ship's magazine to the great cannons during battle. I am small and quick, often no more than a boy, chosen so I can move easily through the tight, crowded passageways below deck. My work is simple to explain: keep the cannons fed and do it fast. But in the roar of battle, nothing about it is simple. The magazine is the most dangerous place on the ship. It is a small, dimly lit room deep below the waterline, where the powder is stored in casks. Open flames are forbidden here. The only light comes from carefully shielded lanterns kept outside, their glow filtering through panes of oiled paper. Inside, the air is thick with the dry, sharp scent of sulfur. Every movement is deliberate, because one spark could turn the entire ship into a fireball. When the order comes, I load a cartridge, a measured bag of powder wrapped tight in canvas, into a leather pouch or small wooden bucket. Then I run. The decks above shake with the thunder of the guns, the cries of the crew, and the crash of enemy fire slamming into the hull. Splinters fly when cannonballs tear through the wood, and the air fills with the choking haze of smoke and burning powder. The gun crews wait for me at their stations. Each cannon has its own rhythm: swab, load, ram, fire, recoil. My job is to be there with the powder the moment they need it. Too slow, and the enemy fires again before we can answer. Too fast, and I risk being in the wrong place when the cannon discharges, the blast deafening and violent enough to knock a man to the deck. There is no time to think about the danger. The enemy's shots tear through masts and rigging, splintering beams, sending shards of wood whistling through the air like knives. Men fall beside me, some shouting orders, some never making another sound. I keep moving, because stopping means the guns fall silent, and silence in battle is death. Between broadsides, the heat below deck becomes stifling. The smoke stings my eyes and burns my throat, but I run the same path over and over, down to the magazine, up to the guns, back down again, until the deck beneath my feet feels like it will never stop swaying. My arms ache from carrying the weight, my legs from climbing ladders and dodging the chaos above. When the order finally comes to cease fire, I am soaked in sweat, my ears ringing from the constant explosions, my lungs raw from the smoke. The deck is littered with spent powder horns, broken tools, and the fallen bodies of men who started the day beside me. The smell of powder and blood hangs in the air long after the guns have gone silent. My work comes in sudden bursts: the roar of guns, the rush across the deck, the sharp bite of smoke in the throat. But elsewhere, labor grinds on without pause. For days at a time, men stand before roaring kilns, feeding flames hot enough to make stone crumble into a powder so fierce it can burn the skin at a touch. I am a lime burner. My job is to take raw limestone and, through fire hot enough to make iron glow, transform it into quicklime, a powder used for mortar, plaster, and countless other building needs. The work begins not with the fire, but with the stone itself. We quarry the limestone in great blocks, hauling it by cart or on our backs to the site of the kiln. The kiln is a massive, open structure of brick or stone, built to trap and intensify heat until the rock inside is changed at its very core. Once the kiln is loaded, the fire must be fed constantly. We burn timber, charcoal, anything that will keep the flames roaring for days at a time. The heat is relentless. It radiates outward in waves so strong that the skin prickles just standing near it, and the air shimmers in the haze. My clothes are soaked with sweat within minutes, and the smoke from the fire mixes with a fine dust from the limestone, coating my throat until each breath tastes like chalk and ash. Tending the kiln is dangerous work. The walls are hot enough to blister skin if touched, and the constant lifting and throwing of fuel strains the back and shoulders until they ache deep into the night. If the fire dies down too soon, the burn will be incomplete and the stone will be wasted, a mistake no kiln master tolerates. So we work in shifts, day and night, keeping the flames fed and the temperature high. The sound is a constant roar, like the breath of some great beast. When the burn is finished, we let the kiln cool just enough to handle its contents. Inside, the limestone has been transformed into quicklime, pale, brittle chunks that crumble into powder with the touch of a hand. But quicklime is treacherous. When it meets water, it reacts violently, releasing heat strong enough to scald and sometimes even ignite nearby material. Handling it barehanded can burn the skin. Breathing in too much of its dust can choke the lungs. We shovel it carefully into sacks, the air white with drifting particles that settle on our hair, our eyelashes, our sweat-soaked faces. The work leaves its mark. My hands are rough, the nails cracked and stained. My lungs ache on cold mornings, and my clothes never lose the faint, bitter smell of the kiln. People in town see us coming and know by the dust that clings to us what we do for a living. Some look with respect, others with pity, but few would ever take our place. When the last sack is loaded and the kiln stands empty, we rest only long enough to begin again. The stone waits in the quarry, the wood waits in the yard, and the fire will always call for more fuel. The heat of the kiln leaves my skin raw and my throat lined with grit, but at least the air, harsh as it is still my own to breathe. Others trade that freedom for a different kind of hazard, vanishing beneath the streets into a world of dripping brick and black water, wading waist-deep through the city's refuse in search of whatever scraps might still hold value. I am a tosher. My work takes me into the underground tunnels that carry the city's filth away and sometimes bring it flooding back. We move in the dim glow of lamps or candles fixed to our hats, the light barely reaching the curved brick walls slick with moisture. The air is thick, humid, and heavy with the stench of rot, human waste, and stagnant water. Breathing it in for too long makes the head swim, but there's no avoiding it down here. The sewers are dangerous in more ways than one. The sludge underfoot hides broken glass, nails, and the occasional carcass of a rat or dog. The footing is treacherous, and one misstep can drop you into a deeper channel, the current sweeping you away before anyone can pull you out. Worse still is the risk of sudden floods. Heavy rains in the streets above can send a rush of water that turns these tunnels into drowning traps within minutes. That's why every tosher learns the sound of the water and the signs of its rising. Our goal is to find anything of value the city has lost to the drains. Coins washed from pockets, tools dropped from bridges, bits of jewelry loosened from fingers. Sometimes we find whole purses, the leather swollen from soaking in the muck, but still worth the trouble. We carry long poles with hooks at the end, raking through the sludge, listening for the solid clink of metal among the soft splash of waste. Every small find goes into the pouch at my belt, the day's pay growing slowly, one filthy discovery at a time. The darkness hides more than valuables. Rats thrive down here, their eyes glinting in the lamplight, bold enough to dart close when they smell food in our packs. Some are nearly as large as a cat, their teeth sharp enough to bite through leather. The bravest of us swat them away with our poles, but a moment's inattention can leave you with a bleeding hand or ankle, the wound quick to fester in this foul environment. The work is cold in winter, when icy water numbs the legs and feet until they ache deep into the bone. In summer, the heat above drives the stink below to unbearable levels, the air thick enough to taste. Either way, the filth seeps into your clothes, your skin, even your hair, until it follows you home no matter how hard you scrub. Neighbors know what we do, and they keep their distance, as if the smell alone could spread disease. Still, there is money to be made if you are willing to face the darkness. On a lucky day, a single coin or ring can be worth more than a week's honest wages above ground. But luck is rare, and danger is constant, and every step deeper into the tunnels is a gamble against the river of filth that might one day rise faster than you can escape. The stench of the sewers clings to me long after I've climbed back into the daylight, but at least down there I can still stand upright and see the faint glow of a lamp ahead. For some, the darkness is far tighter, the air far drier, a world of stone and dust where a man must crawl on his belly, pickaxe in hand, and trust a single flickering candle to keep the blackness at bay. Down here there is no sense of day or night, only the steady ache of muscles and the rasp of breath in air that never feels fresh. The tunnel ahead narrows until my shoulders brush the walls, the candlelight casting a dim halo on the rough rock before me. Every swing of the pickaxe sends tiny shards skittering into the dark, the sound swallowed quickly by the earth. The floor is uneven, strewn with loose stone and piles of debris from earlier shifts. I work bent over or on my knees for hours at a time, the strain settling deep into my back. Sweat beads on my forehead and runs down my temples, but the dust clings to it, turning it into a gritty paste that stings my eyes. The candle's flame dances with each movement, a constant reminder that one slip could snuff out the only light between me and total darkness. The air is thick with the smell of damp rock and the faint tang of metal from the ore we're here to pull from the earth. Each blow of the pick loosens more stone, and I scoop it into a wicker basket that's passed back to the others in line. They'll haul it to the surface through narrow shafts supported by creaking timber, where it will be sorted in the harsh daylight I won't see again until the end of my shift. Every miner knows the dangers. A misplaced strike can bring down part of the tunnel, the rumble starting small before turning into a deafening roar of collapse. Gas pockets hide in the rock, invisible, odorless, ready to choke the air or ignite in a sudden burst of flame. Sometimes the timbers groan in warning, but other times there is no sound at all before disaster. We work with little conversation. Words are hard to hear over the constant rhythm of picks and shovels, and besides, talking means breathing more of the dust. It settles on our clothes, our hair, and into our lungs, where it will stay long after we've left the mine. Some men cough for years until they can no longer draw a full breath, their chests rattling like loose stones in a barrel. When the call finally comes to surface, the climb back up feels longer than the descent. My legs tremble from crouching, my hands are blistered and raw, and the candle's stub burns low in its holder. Above ground, the light is almost blinding, the air thin and strange after hours in the earth. But it will not be long before I'm back below, chasing the next vein through the stone. And far above the mines, another kind of labourer moves between riverbanks and wells, hauling a different kind of weight. Not ore, but the water that keeps entire towns alive. I am a water carrier. My work begins before the sun clears the rooftops, when the streets are still cool and quiet. The first task is to fill the buckets, sometimes from the public well in the centre of town, other times from the river's edge, where the water runs low and slow in summer, or icy and fast in winter. The buckets are made of wood, bound with iron, and even empty they have a weight to them. Full, they are heavy enough to bow the shoulders and strain the back with every step. Carrying them is a test of balance as much as strength. I hang them from a wooden yoke across my shoulders, the weight swaying with each footfall. A stumble can send water sloshing over the rim, wasting the effort it took to draw it. In the narrow lanes, I must dodge carts, stray dogs, and the rush of people already starting their day. The cobblestones are slick in the rain, dusty in the heat, and treacherous with ice in the cold months. Some of my customers live close by, a quick trip up a short flight of steps, the buckets tipped into barrels or cisterns in their yards. Others require a long climb to the upper parts of town, the yoke digging deeper into my shoulders with every step. My shirt sticks to my back, the salt of my sweat mixing with the damp left by the splashing water. By the time I reach the door, my legs feel like they're carrying twice the weight they started with. The work never truly ends. A household's water is gone quickly, used for cooking, washing, brewing or drinking, and there are always more deliveries to make. On market days, the demand grows as vendors call for extra barrels to clean stalls or refresh the animals tethered nearby. In the heat of summer, the air shimmers and the buckets grow hotter with each trip. In winter, my hands stiffen on the wooden grips, the skin cracking in the cold until it bleeds. I know the path from well to doorstep, as well as I know the lines in my own hands. Each turn, each slope, each worn stone is part of my daily route. The water I carry may be clear when it leaves the well, but by the time it reaches some homes, the wooden buckets have given it a faint taste of oak and iron. No one complains. It is the taste of necessity, of work done before the day has even begun for most. By evening, the yoke has worn deep grooves into my shoulders, and my back aches as though the weight is still there. I return the buckets to the well one last time, the sound of the rope creaking over the pulley marking the end of the day. Tomorrow will begin the same way. 2 full buckets, a long walk, and the steady rhythm of footsteps over stone. The weight of the water leaves deep grooves in my shoulders by day's end, but at least it does no harm beyond the ache. In other workshops, the burden is less visible, a slow, invisible poison rising from the very materials in their hands, as workers dip thin sticks into a pale, dangerous paste to make something as small and ordinary as a match. The work begins in a dim, low-ceiling room that smells sharply of chemicals. Wooden splints, no thicker than a straw, are stacked in neat bundles on the tables. My task is to dip them into a pale, glistening paste, a mixture that includes white phosphorus, the magic ingredient that makes the match catch with a single strike. We handle it barehanded, the damp coating clinging to our fingers, working with the same repetitive motion for hours. At first, the work seems harmless enough. The splints go into the mixture, come out glistening, and are set aside to dry before they're boxed and sent to market. But the danger creeps in slowly, and it is in the air we breathe. The smell of phosphorus hangs heavy in the room, sinking into our clothes and hair, a sweet, acrid tang that never leaves the nostrils. My teeth ache more than they should. My jaw throbs at night, and small sores begin to form along my gums. We all know the stories of phossy jaw, the bone-eating sickness that starts in the mouth and can leave a face disfigured, even kill a worker outright. Ventilation is poor, so the fumes gather, curling around the rafters and drifting back down over us. A careless touch of the paste to the skin can raise angry burns, but it is the constant inhalation that does the most harm. Some workers stuff rags in their mouths or chew herbs, thinking it will protect them, but it never truly does. The matches themselves, once dried, are harmless to handle but dangerous to make. A spark in the wrong place could ignite a whole day's output in seconds. For that reason, we work with small lamps shielded from open flame. But even then, a dropped tool or knocked over container is enough to set nerves on edge. There's a strange pride in seeing the finished boxes stacked high, each one containing hundreds of small sticks that will light the stoves and lamps of homes across the city. Yet for those of us who make them, each match carries a reminder of the cost. We taste it in the air, feel it in the ache of our jaws, and see it in the pale, unhealthy faces of the workers beside us. By the time the day ends, my hands smell strongly of the paste, my nails stained faintly yellow. I wash them in cold water, but the odor lingers, following me home and into my sleep. Morning will come, and I will sit at the same table, dipping stick after stick into the same pale mixture, breathing in the same slow poison. The powder mill sits at the edge of town, far enough away that if it goes up in flames, the blast might spare the streets and houses. Inside, the air is thick with a fine black dust, so light it hangs in the sunlight like smoke, so deadly that one spark could set the whole place alight in an instant. We grind the ingredients for gunpowder here: saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. The process must be slow and steady, the stones of the great grinding wheels turning with a soft, even rhythm. Too much speed, too much friction, and the powder could ignite right under our hands. We wear no metal buckles, no nails in our shoes, nothing that could strike a spark against stone or wood. Even the tools are made of copper or brass, softer metals less likely to scrape and flare. Still, the danger remains. One mistake, one carelessly dropped scoop, one unnoticed ember from a pipe, and the mill becomes a fireball. I've seen the aftermath: walls blown apart, timbers splintered and charred, the air still carrying the sharp tang of sulfur hours later. Every movement is deliberate. We shovel the powder into wooden barrels, tamping it down gently, never too hard. The barrels themselves are rolled instead of dragged, and when we move them from one part of the mill to another, we speak little. Even voices seem dangerous here, as if a raised tone might jar the air too much. We work in pairs, so that if something does go wrong, one might survive to tell the tale. The dust works its way into everything: our hair, our skin, our lungs. It coats the floor in a soft black layer, prints of our bare feet marking the paths we've walked. At the end of a shift, my hands are stained dark, the lines in my palms filled with the fine grit that refuses to wash away completely. The smell lingers too, sharp and acrid, carried on my clothes long after I've left the mill. There's no pride in this work, only the knowledge that without it, soldiers would have no shot for their muskets, no charge for their cannons. It's a dangerous necessity, and we all know it. We've made a kind of peace with the risk, or at least convinced ourselves to. But every time I walk away from the mill at the end of a day, there's a small part of me that's surprised I'm still breathing. Far from the quiet danger of the powder mill, another kind of work waits, one that trades the stillness of the grinding wheels for the rolling chaos of the open sea. The whaling ship leaves harbour with months of supplies packed into every inch of its hull, bound for waters where the great whales migrate. Once we leave sight of land, the world becomes nothing but the deck beneath our feet, the endless sway of the sea, and the pale arc of the horizon. The work never stops, even when the wind dies or the rain lashes sideways. When a lookout's cry of "there she blows" cuts through the air, everything changes. Small boats are lowered into the water, each one carrying a harpooner at the bow and oarsmen ready to drive the craft forward. The chase is brutal. The whale can vanish with a single flick of its tail, reappearing half a mile away in a burst of spray. We row until our muscles scream, the salt burning our eyes, the wind tearing at our clothes. When the harpoon finally strikes, the quiet of the sea is shattered by the whale's thrashing. Water foams red, the line hisses through the boat's bow as the creature dives, towing us behind it. We hold tight, every man bracing for the sudden jerk when the whale turns or surfaces. Sometimes the fight lasts hours, the great animal slowly weakening, the sea around us marked by the churn of its struggle. Bringing the whale alongside the ship is only the beginning. The carcass is secured with ropes, and we set to work with long-handled flensing knives, peeling away great strips of blubber. The smell is overpowering, a mix of salt, blood and oil that clings to skin and clothing. We work quickly, for the sea will not wait, and the sharks will come soon enough to claim what they can. The blubber is hoisted aboard and fed into the try-works, the great iron pots set into brick furnaces on deck. The heat from the fires mixes with the cold spray of the sea, the air thick with greasy smoke. The oil is ladled into barrels, each one worth a small fortune back on land. It will light the lamps of cities and grease the gears of industry, but here it's only more cargo to be stored below until the hold is full. Life aboard a whaling ship is long stretches of monotony broken by moments of exhausting chaos. We sleep in cramped bunks, eat salted meat and hard biscuit, and live with the constant smell of oil, smoke, and salt. The work is hard, dangerous, and endless, but for many of us, it is the only way we know to make a living. When the last barrel is sealed and the sails turn homeward, we know we'll be back. The sea always calls us, and the whales will return. The sea might be wide and empty, but on land, the world is full of crowds, markets, streets, and churches where people gather shoulder to shoulder. In the still air of a Sunday service, there is one job meant to keep that gathering in order, not for the people, but for their animals. I am the dog whipper. My duty is to patrol the churchyard and the aisles inside, keeping stray dogs from wandering in and causing chaos. Some come sniffing after food, some after their masters, and some simply to escape the weather outside. But a single barking dog can scatter a congregation's attention faster than any sermon can gather it back. I carry a long whip, the crack of it sharp enough to send most strays bolting for the door, and a short stick for nudging or blocking the more stubborn ones. My work begins before the service, pacing the yard to drive away any loitering animals. Once the bells start, I move inside, slipping between the pews as quietly as possible, scanning for movement at the edges of the room. When a dog slips in, and they always do, I must act quickly. Sometimes it's just a gentle tap of the stick to turn them back toward the door. Other times a sharp lash of the whip to send them running. The worst are the ones that bare their teeth or growl, forcing me to grip the stick tight and keep it between us until they back down. On cold mornings, when the church is warm and filled with the scent of bread from the baker's pew, the dogs are more determined, and I spend the entire service on my feet. It's not a job that wins friends. Many parishioners think I'm too harsh, others that I'm too soft, but they all expect the service to be free of barking and scuffling, and that means I must do what's necessary to keep the peace. Sometimes, when the sermon is long and the children are restless, I wonder if the dogs aren't the only ones who'd rather be outside. When the service ends and the congregation files out, I remain until the last person has left, making sure no animal slips in while the doors stand open. By the time I hang the whip and stick on their pegs, the town is already stirring again and my work is done, at least until the next service. From the quiet of the pews and the stillness of a Sunday, we move to the bowels of a steamship, where the air is thick and the work never pauses, day or night. I am a coal trimmer, and my place is in the ship's bunkers, the deep, sweltering holds where mountains of coal are stored to feed the boilers. The engineers and firemen above may shovel it into the furnaces, but it's my job to make sure they never run short, no matter the weather or the hour. The coal arrives in heaps, dumped through chutes from the dock. It lands in uneven piles, leaving pockets of empty space and slopes too steep to walk on. My work is to level it out with a long-handled shovel, moving tons of black rock by hand, so that the firemen above can reach it quickly when the ship is underway. The air down here is stifling. Even in calm seas, the heat radiates from the boilers through the steel bulkheads, mixing with the coal dust until every breath feels heavy and gritty. The dust clings to sweat, streaking my face and arms in black that no amount of washing ever truly removes. The ship's engines rumble constantly, a deep vibration in the bones, and the sound of the sea is just a muffled hiss beyond the steel walls. In rough weather, the work becomes even harder. The ship rolls and pitches, the coal shifting in sudden slides that can knock a man from his feet or bury him waist deep in seconds. We brace ourselves against the walls, shoveling fast to keep the piles steady, knowing that a sudden avalanche could mean a broken leg, or worse, being trapped in the dark where no one can hear you over the roar of the engines. Breaks are few. We work in shifts, sweating in the heat for hours at a time before climbing up to breathe air that still smells faintly of smoke. Meals are eaten quickly, the taste of coal dust never far from the tongue. Sleep is deep but never long enough, the body waking, still tired and sore. There is no glamour in the coal bunkers. Passengers above may enjoy fine cabins and fresh air, but they ride on the power we feed into the ship's heart. Every mile she travels is measured in shovelfuls. every knot earned by the labor of those of us sweating in the dark. The coal bunkers are cramped and airless, but at least they don't flood with rain or bake in the summer sun. Out on the land, a different kind of laborer works exposed to every change in the weather, digging the waterways that will carry goods and ships for generations. I am a navvy, a canal and dock laborer. The work is as hard as any on land, and it begins before dawn. We dig with nothing more than shovels, picks and wheelbarrows, cutting through earth, clay and stone to carve out long channels where water will someday flow. The ground is stubborn, heavy with roots or packed hard by years of sun, and each stroke of the pick sends a shiver up the arm. When the soil is loose enough, it's shoveled into barrows and pushed to the tip, where it's dumped to build the embankments. In wet weather, the barrows sink into the mud, and each load feels twice as heavy. In dry spells, the dust rises in clouds that cling to your skin and turn your throat raw. There is no shade from the sun, no shelter from the wind, and no escape from the cold when winter sets in. We work in gangs, each man keeping pace with the others. If one falls behind, the whole line slows, and there's always a foreman with a sharp eye and a sharper tongue to remind us that time is money. Blisters harden into calluses, but the ache in the back and shoulders never truly leaves. The only relief comes when we break for food, bread and cheese eaten sitting on a heap of earth, watching the line of the canal take shape in the valley below. Sometimes the work takes us to the docks, hauling stone for the piers or driving piles into the riverbed. The smell of tar and wet timber mixes with the salt air, and the sound of hammers rings out over the water. Ships come and go, unloading goods we'll never afford, bound for places we'll never see. But the docks, like the canals, depend on labour like ours, unseen once the work is done, but essential all the same. When the day ends, we walk home coated in dust or mud, our clothes stiff with sweat and grime. The canal grows a little longer each week, the dock a little stronger, and though our backs will pay for it, there's a strange pride in knowing our work will outlast us. From the heat and clamour of the work site, the night belongs to another kind of labourer, one whose steps are lighter, but whose task is just as vital in keeping the city moving. I'm a lamplighter on the graveyard shift. My work begins at dusk, when the streets are still busy and the shadows begin to stretch across the cobblestones. Each lamp must be lit before darkness falls completely, or the city will stumble through the night blind. I carry a long pole tipped with a small flame, walking the same route each evening, pausing beneath every lamp to coax its wick into life. The lamps stand tall, their glass panes smudged with soot and the residue of nights past. Some are stubborn, the wick damp from rain or poorly trimmed the day before, and it takes a few tries before they catch. Others flare brightly at once, the light spilling over the street and casting long, trembling shadows on the walls. In winter, the work is bitter. The wind cuts through my coat, numbing my fingers even through gloves. Snow gathers on the lamp heads, and I must brush it away before lighting them, my breath turning to frost in the glass. In summer, the evenings are long, and the city glows warm under the fading light, but the heat rises from the stones, and the air is thick with the scent of horse manure and cooking fires. When all the lamps are burning, the streets feel safer. Shopkeepers sweep their thresholds by the warm glow, children hurry home from errands, and the watchmen nod as I pass. But the shift does not end there. Before dawn, I walk the route again to extinguish each flame, reaching up with a hook to snuff the light, leaving the glass cool and dark until the evening comes again. It's solitary work, marked by the steady rhythm of walking and the faint hiss of the wick catching fire. I see the city in moments most people never notice: the stillness just before dawn, the sudden scurry of rats when the lamps go dark, the first bird call echoing down an empty street. By the time the sun rises, the lamps are cold, and I'm heading home, my pole resting on my shoulder, the city waking behind me. Another night will come, and with it, the quiet duty of bringing light to its streets. When the last lamp is snuffed out, and the streets are at their darkest, another kind of worker begins his rounds, one whose business is with the city's waste, not its light. I am a night soil man. My work starts when most are asleep, though they'd rather not think about me at any hour. I collect the contents of chamber pots and privies, hauling them from homes, inns and workplaces to be disposed of outside the city walls. It is work no one wants to see and no one wants to smell, but without it, the streets would reek and disease would spread faster than any fire. I move from door to door with a cart, the wheels squealing softly in the stillness. At each stop, I lift the heavy wooden lid of the privy or take the bucket from the waiting step. The stench rises thick and sour, clinging to the air no matter how cold the night. Sometimes the waste is fresh, steaming in the chill. Other times it's been sitting for days, the liquid seeped away and the solid crusted over. I tip each load into the barrel on my cart, the sound a wet thud that echoes off the stone walls. The barrel is lined, but no lining can truly keep the smell in. Even with a cloth tied over my nose and mouth, the odor seeps through, coating the inside of my throat until I taste it. Flies swarm in summer. In winter, the cold only dulls the edge of the stench without removing it. The routes are planned to avoid waking too many people, but there's always a face at a window or a door cracking open as I pass. Some watch in silence. Others wrinkle their noses and shut the shutters tighter. I've heard it all, the insults, the jokes, but I keep moving. The sooner the job is done, the sooner I can turn the cart toward the edge of town, where the waste is dumped or sold to farmers for fertilizer. By dawn, my clothes are saturated with the smell, my hands stiff from lifting and tipping, and my back sore from the weight of the barrels. I wash in cold water, scrubbing until my skin is raw, though the scent lingers in the seams of my coat and the creases of my boots. It is work no one thanks you for, but the city would be far worse without it. From carrying away the waste of a sleeping city, we turn to a different labor, one that starts with solid stone and ends in a heap of gravel, broken piece by piece under the open sky. I am a stone breaker. My work is simple to describe and endless to perform. Break large rocks into smaller ones and keep breaking until the pile is fine enough for road building or railway beds. I work outdoors in all weather, the ground beneath my feet often littered with shards sharp enough to cut through the soles of my boots. The day begins with a hammer in my hands, heavy, with a worn handle polished smooth by years of sweat. I choose a boulder from the pile, position it on a flatter stone, and bring the hammer down with all the force my shoulders and back can muster. The strike sends a jolt through my arms, a sharp crack ringing out as the stone splits. Dust rises in a fine cloud, settling on my skin until every crease is white with it. It's slow work. Some stones split cleanly after a few blows, others resist, forcing me to chip at them from different angles until they give way. The rhythm is steady. Raise the hammer, bring it down, watch the crack grow. In the cold, my hands ache until the blood gets moving. In the heat, sweat stings my eyes and makes the handle slippery. The shards fly unpredictably, and I keep my face turned just enough to avoid a splinter in the eye. Still, cuts and bruises are part of the trade, and by midday, my knuckles are often scraped raw. The sound of hammers echoes across the work site. Dozens of men all breaking stone at once, the air filled with the ring of metal on rock. When the rocks are small enough, they're shoveled into carts and hauled away. Another pile takes their place, and the process starts again. There is no end to it. The roads and railways eat stone as fast as we can break it. By the end of the day, my muscles are leaden, my ears ringing, and my clothes stiff with dust. I leave the site with the hammer over my shoulder, the sound of the day's work still pounding in my bones. The next morning, I will stand over another unbroken stone and start again. From the steady ring of hammers on stone, we move to a different kind of pounding, one that echoes over harbours and shipyards, sealing the seams of vessels that carry goods, men and fortunes across the seas. I am a ship caulker. My trade is to make a wooden ship watertight by hammering oakum, tarred fibres of old rope, into the seams between her planks. Without my work, even the finest ship would leak, her timbers taking on water until she sank. The smell of hot tar is my constant companion, clinging to my clothes, my hair, and the creases of my skin. A day begins with the ship still in her cradle on the slipway, or moored tight against the dock if the work is a repair. I walk the length of her hull, mallet in hand, a caulking iron ready to wedge each strand of oakum deep into the seams. The oakum is rough and fibrous, leaving splinters in my fingers even through gloves. I twist and pack it tight, blow after blow of the mallet driving it deeper until the seam is filled. The sound carries across the yard, a hollow rhythmic knock that mixes with the cries of gulls and the creak of rigging. On the outer hull, the work is high above the water, my body balanced on narrow planks or swinging from ropes. One slip could send me into the harbour, or worse, between ship and pier where the tide crushes without mercy. Inside the holds, it's dim and close, the air heavy with the scent of resin and salt. My shoulders hunch to work in the cramped space. When the oakum is in place, I brush hot tar over it, the black liquid seeping into the fibres, sealing them against the sea. The tar bubbles and steams in its pot, the heat on my face nearly as strong as the summer sun outside. If the wind shifts, it blows the fumes into my eyes, making them sting until tears cut channels through the layer of dust and tar grit on my cheeks. It's demanding, careful work. A seam left too loose can mean disaster. The sea is patient, and it will find its way in if given the smallest chance. I've seen ships limp back to harbour, their holds sloshing with water because a careless hand left an opening. That's not a mistake I intend to make. By the day's end, my arms are sore from swinging the mallet, my knees aching from hours crouched over the planks. My boots are stiff with tar, my hands black-stained no matter how hard I scrub. But I leave knowing the ship will hold the sea at bay, at least until the next voyage calls her back for more repairs. From the sharp smell of tar and the echo of mallets in the dockyard, the scene shifts inland to a different kind of cart, a different cargo, the ashes, refuse and cinders that collect in the hearths and streets of the city. I am a dustman. My work is to collect the waste that accumulates in every home and business, the ashes from stoves, the cinders from fireplaces, the sweepings from workrooms, and haul it away for disposal or resale. The city produces mountains of it, and without men like me, the streets would soon be buried in filth. At dawn, I make my way through the narrow lanes with a broad-shouldered cart, the wheels rattling over cobblestones. The smell of the city is already strong, smoke from the chimneys, the sour tang of refuse left out overnight, the damp reek of horse manure. We stop at every door where the household has set out its dustbin, a metal pail or wooden box filled with the remains of coal fires and the sweepings of the floor. The dust is light but clinging. When the wind catches it, the fine grey powder swirls up into our faces, settling in our hair and beards, finding its way into eyes and mouths. By the end of the first hour, my tongue is coated with the taste of it. We lift and tip each bin into the cart, the cinders tumbling down in a dry hiss. Sometimes there's more than ashes, old rags, broken crockery, scraps of bone from the kitchen. Everything goes in together, the valuable bits sorted later at the yard. The work is constant, street after street, bin after bin, until the cart is full and we trundle it back to the dust yard. There, the sorting begins. We sift through the pile for anything worth saving. Lumps of unburnt coal, bits of metal, bottles that can be washed and sold again. The fine ash is often sold to brickmakers or farmers, the cinders to those who can burn them again. Almost nothing is truly wasted, though handling it is filthy, exhausting work. In wet weather, the ash turns to a thick grey paste that cakes the bottom of the cart and spatters up our trousers. In dry spells, it's a constant haze, drifting over the street as we work. We wear no masks, no special clothing, just old coats and scarves pulled up when the dust gets thick. The grit works its way into every seam, grinding into the skin until it leaves a permanent roughness. By evening, I'm black from boots to collar, the lines of my face drawn in pale streaks where sweat has cut through the layer of dust. The cart is empty, the bins returned, but tomorrow the ashes will be back, piled and waiting for the next round. In a city like this, the hearths never go cold for long, and a dustman's work is never truly done. The city never truly sleeps, and by morning, the streets are already alive with the sound of hooves striking cobblestones, the rumble of carts, and the murmur of voices as people begin their day. The wealthier citizens walk briskly towards shops, offices, or carriages, their clothes fine and clean, and it is my job to make sure they stay that way, at least when they cross the street. I am a crossing sweeper. I keep the busiest corners clear of the worst the streets have to offer. Piles of horse manure, thick mud after rain, discarded scraps, and all the other filth that gathers where traffic is heaviest. My tool is a wide broom, bristled and worn from years of scraping the stones, and my pay comes not from any employer, but from the coins tossed my way by those who appreciate a clean path. The day starts early. Before the first surge of foot traffic, I walk my chosen crossing, checking for fresh messes left by the night. The smell is always there, sharp from manure, sour from rotting refuse, and on hot days it rises in waves you can taste. I sweep the filth to the sides, leaving a narrow strip of cleaner stone for people to step across. Some thank me with a nod or a coin, others pass without a glance, their eyes fixed ahead. Rain is my enemy and my ally. It turns the streets into rivers of brown water that wash away some of the dirt, but it also spreads it wider, mixing it into a sludge that coats the stones. On those days, I work twice as hard. sweeping constantly to keep the crossing from turning into a hazard. In winter, snow and ice hide the filth until it melts, and then the smell and mess return all at once, worse than before. There's an unspoken competition among us sweepers. The prime crossings, those near fine shops, government buildings, or busy carriage routes, can bring in enough in tips to make the work worthwhile. But you have to hold your ground. A slow day means fewer coins, and a rival can edge into your spot if you let it go untended. Some sweepers shout or shove to defend their claim. Others, like me, rely on showing up early and working steady so people know who keeps the crossing clean. Not all customers are generous. Some step around me as if I'm part of the dirt I'm clearing. Others scowl as if my broom is an annoyance in their path. But enough drop a coin into my hand or onto the broom's worn bristles to keep me coming back. It's not steady pay, and it's never much, but it's enough to keep food on the table and a roof overhead. By day's end, the broom is heavy with grime, my clothes are spattered, and my hands ache from gripping the handle. I lean the broom against the wall, my crossing once again littered by the endless flow of the city. Tomorrow it will be just as dirty, and I will be there again, sweeping a path through it for those who can pay to walk clean. 30 trades, 30 ways a person could sell their labor, some dangerous, some filthy, some simply relentless. Each one leaves its mark on the body and the mind, often without thanks or recognition. These were not the jobs of the celebrated or the powerful, yet without them, the world would have slowed, faltered, or stopped altogether. In their time, these workers were a necessity. In ours, they are a memory. But the streets they swept, the ships they sealed, the stones they broke, and the lives they kept moving still carry traces of their work, hidden in plain sight. Their stories, like the jobs themselves, are easy to overlook, until you step close enough to see the labor in every beam, every road, every clean crossing.